Hey guys! Tonight we're stepping into the foggy streets of Victorian London, not for a fictional mystery but to uncover the real history behind Sherlock Holmes. Behind the deerstalker hat and magnifying glass was a world of early forensic science, eccentric doctors, and one very sharp Scottish author with a knack for deduction. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I know you love stories like this, so dim those lights, grab your blanket, and let's uncover what we have for tonight. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle, as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation. The students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project. while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy. It was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints. and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realising they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularise the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behaviour followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cosy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable. Radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures, as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Just like that, our main story has reached its conclusion. We've reached the closing of our main story tonight. If your mind is still racing, you're familiar with the routine. If this story didn't resonate with you, we have plenty more content for you to choose from. Old and new to help you out. All you gotta do is just relax and drift off. Sleep well, my friends, and as always, good night. The man history would call Augustus was born Gaius Octavius on September the 23rd, 63 BCE, in a modest neighbourhood on the Palatine Hill. Though his lineage traced to a once influential equestrian family, few guessed he'd one day transform Rome from a republic steeped in centuries of tradition into something new. By heritage, he was Julius Caesar's grandnephew, but the link hardly guaranteed a grand destiny. As a child, Gaius Octavius was overshadowed by civil strife that had already scarred the Republic. Politicians feuded in the Senate, while distant generals, Sulla, Pompey, and eventually Caesar, vied for supremacy. Young Octavius lost his father early, leaving him under the care of a determined mother, Attia, and a circle of influential relatives. She recognised her son's potential but also grasped the swirl of political tension that might devour him if he didn't maneuver cleverly. By adolescence, Octavius had gleaned that survival in Rome demanded alliances, strategic marriages, and unwavering loyalty, at least publicly. In private, one had to maintain a flexible mindset. He read oratory, studied Roman law, and learned to interpret the subtle power plays among senators. Observers described him as quiet, watchful, and possessed of a composure beyond his years. The biggest shift in his fortunes came in 46 BCE, when Julius Caesar, fresh from triumphs in Gaul and a decisive civil war victory, adopted Octavius as his posthumous son and designated heir. Caesar brought the teenager to Spain for a minor campaign, giving him a taste of military life. The young man's seriousness impressed Caesar's aides, though few predicted that this untested youth could ever fill Caesar's sandals. Indeed, Caesar himself was at the apex of power, proclaiming reforms and holding lavish triumphs. He restructured the Senate and extended citizenship to many. To some, he teetered close to monarchy. Rumours whispered he might declare himself king. Then came the Ides of March, 44 BCE. Caesar fell under 23 knife thrusts in the Senate, a betrayal orchestrated by supposed friends like Brutus and Cassius. While studying in a Greek city, Octavius received news of Caesar's assassination. At first, he reeled. The consequence was not only the loss of a powerful figure in his life, but also a potential threat to his security. He learned, however, that Caesar's will named him heir. It was an astonishing leap for someone barely out of adolescence. Many Roman elites dismissed him as a mere pawn. Mark Antony, Caesar's longtime ally, seemed the natural inheritor of Caesar's legacy, overshadowing the youth. But Octavius was no pawn. He returned to Italy with measured caution, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, commonly shortened to Octavian, flaunting that he was Caesar's son in every sense but blood. His presence ignited Roman politics. Antony, charismatic and bold, tried dismissing him as the boy, while the Senate, still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship, sought to exploit friction between Antony and Octavian. The entire city braced for another civil war. Octavian played a subtle game, forming alliances with Caesar's veterans, distributing funds from Caesar's estate, and projecting an image of filial piety. In the meantime, Octavian experimented with the Senate, suggesting that he might back them in their opposition to Antony's aspirations. A pivotal moment occurred when Cicero, the renowned orator who harboured animosity towards Antony, realised that Octavian could potentially serve as a useful instrument. Cicero's scathing speeches, known as the Philippics, lambasted Antony as a new tyrant. He portrayed Octavian as a necessary bulwark to restore the Republic. Perhaps Cicero believed he could guide this youth like a puppet. Yet Octavian's mild demeanour masked a decisive streak. Using the Senate's endorsement, he raised legions to confront Antony, culminating in skirmishes near Mutina Uscia in northern Italy. Though Antony survived, the scuffles burnished Octavian's reputation. He was no figurehead. But the alliance of convenience between Octavian and the Senate didn't last. The cunning youth recognised the Senate's hypocrisy. They wanted to destroy Antony, but had little interest in truly elevating him. So Octavian pivoted, forging the second triumvirate with Antony and Lepidus in 43 BCE. This formal pact was sealed with the legal authority to reshape the state. Through proscription lists, they purged enemies, including Cicero. The triumvirs divided the Roman world among themselves. Lepidus got Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West. The teenage upstart had ascended to the pinnacle of power in just over a year since Caesar's murder. Rome reeled, uncertain if this triumvirate would restore order or simply replicate the horrors of past civil conflicts. As Octavian settled into his portion of the empire, he realised the West, Italy, Gaul and Spain would test his capacity for governance. He faced rebellious legions, distrust from veterans, and a public exhausted by war. Meanwhile, Antony pursued campaigns in the east, forging ties with Cleopatra of Egypt. Lepidus drifted into irrelevance. The seeds for fresh rivalry were sown. Thus began a pivotal chapter in which Octavian would refine his political acumen, balancing brutality with promises of stability. From there, the path to becoming Augustus, the revered first citizen of Rome. would be paved by cunning, alliances, and a strategic mind that never blinked at compromise or confrontation. Having seized power in the second triumvirate, Octavian found himself juggling alliances with two older, more seasoned strongmen, Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus, though nominally part of their ruling coalition, soon revealed himself incompetent in handling the African provinces. Antony posed a far more formidable presence. He commanded legions loyal to Caesar's memory, yearned for glory in the East, and, more crucially, was forging a personal and political bond with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic Queen of Egypt. This union combined Antony's martial reputation with Cleopatra's wealth and strategic position, an alliance that might overshadow anything Octavian could muster in Italy. In Rome, Octavian projected a measured calm, claiming to restore order to the western provinces. He oversaw land distributions to veterans, an often messy process that displaced countless small farmers and generated local resentment. He skillfully transformed these forced resettlements into acts of generosity, expecting each settled veteran to express gratitude. With each step, Octavian built a personal loyalty network, parting ways with older elites who stood in his way. This era remained soaked in the blood of proscriptions, though some historians note that the violence receded once the triumvirate had purged the most threatening opposition. By 41 to 40 BCE, tensions exploded between Octavian and Antony's supporters. In Perusia, near modern-day Perugia, Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, and Fulvia, Antony's wife, led a revolt, hoping to reassert Antony's claims in Italy. Octavian's legions besieged Perusia, starving the rebels into surrender. The city's inhabitants suffered a cruel fate. The siege left them starving, and after victory, Octavian ordered harsh reprisals, while Antony himself was absent in the east. This event underscored the deepening rift within the triumvirate. Despite these skirmishes, Antony and Octavian patched things up temporarily at the Treaty of Brundisium in 40 BCE, dividing spheres of influence anew. To cement the deal, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a gesture meant to signal familial harmony. But the truce felt shaky. Those close to the corridors of power sensed a deeper competition for the ultimate prize, undisputed control of Rome. Indeed, as Antony returned east, resuming his romance with Cleopatra and planning campaigns against Parthia, Octavia lingered behind, a lonely testament to the alliance's fragility. Back in Rome, Octavian's attentions turned to naval struggles. Sextus Pompey, son of the famous Pompey the Great, controlled Sicily and menaced Italy's grain supply with a pirate fleet. With famine threatening Rome, Octavian recognized he needed a strong admiral. Enter Marcus Agrippa, his most trusted lieutenant and a brilliant naval mind. Together, they reconfigured Roman naval strategy, training fresh crews and building advanced ships. By 36 BCE, Agrippa defeated Sextus Pompey in a series of engagements, notably at Nolocus. This victory brought Sicily under Octavian's sway, securing vital grain routes to feed Italy's population. Meanwhile, Lepidus foolishly tried to flex power in Sicily, but his legions defected to Octavian. Lepidus was stripped of triumviral power and exiled to a minor religious post, leaving just two men left from the original triumvirate, Octavian and Antony, each commanding vast territories, each suspicious of the other's ambitions. Antony's eastern campaigns fared poorly. His attempt to conquer Parthia in 36 BCE ended in a costly retreat. Cleopatra, determined to preserve her influence, financed his next moves, forging a mutual interest in controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Antony openly acknowledged Cleopatra's children, one fathered by Julius Caesar, others by himself, and showered them with territorial grants. In Roman eyes, his donations of Alexandria looked scandalous. Bestowing Roman-conquered lands to Cleopatra's brood was borderline treason. Rumours proliferated in Rome that Cleopatra had bewitched Antony, or that he aimed to set up a parallel empire in the east with her as co-ruler. Octavian seized the propaganda advantage. He depicted Antony as a man enthralled by an Egyptian seductress, betraying Roman traditions. The Roman populace, weary of foreign entanglements and suspicious of queens from the east, responded to such rhetoric. Octavian skillfully spun Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's sovereignty and Antony as a traitor lost to Oriental decadence. To formalise the break, Octavian had the Senate revoke Antony's powers in 32 BCE, spurred by the revelations that Antony's will recognized Cleopatra's children as heirs. The final countdown to civil war was underway. Octavian, though lacking Antony's battle-hardened image, had Agrippa. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation loomed off the coast of Greece. The site would be Actium, where Antony and Cleopatra mustered their combined fleet against Octavian's forces led by Agrippa. The stage was monumental, two massive fleets jostling for strategic advantage in the Ionian Sea, and the outcome was set to determine the fate of the Roman world. With Cleopatra by Antony's side, everything was on the line. Victory might reshape the Mediterranean power map, but if Antony fell, so might Cleopatra's dream of an Eastern Empire. In the lead up to Actium, desertions plagued Antony's ranks. Morale sank as men realised Cleopatra's presence overshadowed purely Roman concerns. In contrast, Octavian's message was crisp: preserve Rome from a foreign queen's grasp. The families of legionaries pinned their hopes on his victory for stability. Clouds of tension gathered, poised to break in the greatest naval showdown Rome had seen in generations. By now, Octavian's transformation from an underestimated youth to a political colossus was unmistakable, yet he still had to seize final legitimacy from the swirling chaos of war. Actium, September 2nd, 31 BCE. Rome's future hinged on the Ionian Sea's choppy waters. Antony's fleet, bolstered by Cleopatra's Egyptian squadrons, faced off against Octavian's ships under Agrippa's command. Many expected an even fight. Both sides fielded formidable war galleys, but intangible factors loomed large: morale, discipline, and the stark difference in leadership unity. By midday, the swirling melee erupted. Agrippa's nimble vessels employed better tactics, staying mobile and exploiting the heavier, less manoeuvrable designs of Antony's ships. Cleopatra lingered in the distance, her presence more symbolic than militarily decisive. In a dramatic twist, Cleopatra abruptly withdrew her squadron mid-battle, perhaps panicked by the unfolding chaos or following a secret plan. Seeing her sail away, Antony, torn between loyalty to his Roman forces and devotion to Cleopatra, abandoned the fight to chase after her. With their commander gone, the remaining ships collapsed in confusion. Agrippa snatched a decisive victory. The battered remnants of Antony's fleet either surrendered or burned. The news rapidly disseminated. Antony and Cleopatra had absconded, condemning thousands of soldiers to an unwinnable battle. This victory altered Rome's destiny. Actium wasn't just a naval triumph, it shattered the last credible threat to Octavian's ascendancy. Over the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. By August 30 BCE, with his forces surrounding Alexandria, their fate was sealed. Upon discovering the rumoured death of Cleopatra, Antony collapsed onto his sword, overcome with despair. Cleopatra, witnessing the city overrun and refusing to be paraded as a captive in Rome, reportedly took her life. Her method, a venomous asp pressed to her breast, became legendary. With that, Ptolemaic Egypt, the last Hellenistic kingdom, ended. Falling under Roman control, having neutralised every rival, Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, triumphant. The gates of Janus, symbolising war's presence, re-shut, indicating peace across the empire for the first time in ages. The Senate, exhausted by decades of civil strife, pinned their hopes on this young victor. They hailed him as imperator, commander, and showered him with honours. But Octavian realised the critical lesson from Caesar's demise. Openly brandishing monarchical power risked stirring republican resentment. He needed a new blueprint for dominance, something that would calm old fears while granting him absolute authority. This balancing act would define his next steps. In 27 BCE, Octavian performed a grand gesture. He ceremoniously returned power to the Senate and people of Rome, an act broadcast as humility, even though the real levers of control remained in his hands. The Senate, keen to maintain stability, bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered or venerable. This moment signalled the official birth of the Principate, a veneer of republican tradition cloaking a de facto monarchy. Augustus accepted titles carefully: Princeps, first citizen; Imperator, commander-in-chief; Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, and others. Combined, these roles gave him unassailable control over the army, religion, and state. A wave of reforms followed. Augustus reorganized the legions, stationed them in provinces under long-term command, ensuring their loyalty was to him personally. He restructured provincial governance, reducing corruption by rotating officials more often. The Senate oversaw peaceful provinces, while the emperor kept direct rule over trouble spots. Professional civil service emerged, staffed by freedmen and equestrians, loyal to the emperor's system. This team quietly undercut the old aristocratic networks that once jockeyed for magistracies, diminishing potential rebellion from senatorial upstarts. Culturally, Augustus recognized the power of propaganda. He sponsored monumental building projects, proclaiming he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, public baths constructed, and aqueducts extended, visible tokens of a new golden age. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid flourished under imperial patronage, weaving narratives of Rome's glorious heritage and the necessity of a singular leader. The Aeneid recast Trojan myth to bolster the idea of a divine destiny culminating in Augustan rule. Yet not all were content. Some whispered that this restored republic was merely subjugation under a cunning autocrat. Traditionalists bemoaned the end of the truly free consuls and tribunes. Others, recalling the terror of endless civil wars, found solace in the Pax Romana that Augustus offered. Occasional conspiracies flared, typically from disillusioned nobles or neglected generals. Augustus handled them discreetly, exiling troublemakers or co-opting them with honours. Rarely did open rebellion form, a testament to how thoroughly he'd integrated power. In everyday life, a sense of renewal pervaded. Farmers returned to fields, trade routes revived, and legionaries redeployed to secure frontiers from Germany to Syria. The border wars never ceased entirely, but within the heart of the empire, travellers found roads safer and commerce steadier. The younger generation, lacking first-hand memories of the Republic, simply accepted that Rome's fortune lay in a stable principate. Indeed, many became ardent supporters, naming children Gaius or Lucius after Augustus's chosen heirs. By the close of the 20s BCE, Augustus was effectively king in all but name. The Senate still convened, magistrates still took office, but real decisions were funneled to him. Some historians label the period the dawn of the Roman Empire, though Augustus himself stuck to republican slogans. He had forged a new political order that would endure for centuries, bridging the fierce independence of old Rome with the pragmatic necessity of a single guiding hand. The cost? The cost lay in the fleeting illusions of republican liberty. But after generations of civil conflict, many Romans gladly paid that price. As Augustus consolidated authority, he turned to ensuring the stability of his succession. No small feat in a state once steeped in the tradition of elected magistracies. With no biological son from his marriages, Augustus tried weaving a family dynasty through strategic adoptions and marriages. His only child, Julia, became a political pawn, married off to potential heirs to cement alliances. First came Martellus, Augustus's nephew, then Agrippa, his trusted general and companion, and later Tiberius, his stern, capable stepson. The empire watched these unions with fascination, hoping that a suitable successor might emerge to prolong the Pax Romana. Meanwhile, Augustus took a hands-on approach to moral and social reforms. He championed legislation encouraging marriage and childbirth among Rome's elite, penalising adultery and childlessness. Publicly, these laws aimed to revive traditional Roman virtues, populating the empire with upright citizens. Privately, they served as a moral anchor for the new regime, contrasting with the preceding decades of bloody infighting and public decadence. Critics grumbled that Augustus meddled too far into personal lives, yet many recognised the sense of direction and unity he sought to impose. On the frontiers, the empire's expansion seesawed between triumph and tragedy. Along the Rhine, Augustus installed garrisons to keep the Germanic tribes at bay. In the east, stable alliances with client kings prevented major upheavals, yet not all expansions succeeded. The infamous Varian disaster in 9 CE saw 3 Roman legions annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Germanic warriors under Arminius. Rome reeled at the blow, losing about 15,000 men. Augustus, shattered by the news, was said to roam his palace, crying, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat forced him to abandon major conquests in Germania, shifting the boundary to the Rhine. This trauma proved the empire had limits. Augustus recognized that consolidating existing provinces might matter more than indefinite conquest. Politically, the Principate's outward face promoted consensus. The Senate passed glowing decrees, awarding Augustus tribunician power for life, letting him veto or propose legislation. He used these powers sparingly, at least in the public eye. Freed of immediate threats, Augustus's reign embraced pageantry, grand triumphal arches, elaborate religious festivals, and coinage bearing his image with the title Father of the Fatherland. Roman aristocrats vied to outdo each other in praising the imperial household, sometimes exaggerating their devotion to secure favour. Meanwhile, the populace revelled in the improved city infrastructure, circuses, and public banquets. Bread and circuses indeed, though Augustus prided himself on not indulging in personal extravagance. He lived relatively simply in a house on the Palatine, not in a gilded palace. Yet within his family, strife simmered. His daughter Julia, stuck in strategic marriages, rebelled through scandalous conduct. She partied with younger patricians. Rumour said she engaged in affairs that ridiculed Augustus's moral edicts. Ultimately, he exiled his own daughter, a move he found deeply painful but saw as necessary to preserve the regime's moral authority. The public gossiped, concluding that even Augustus, the paragon of virtue, couldn't tame personal scandal in his household. Another blow came when favoured grandsons died young, fracturing the carefully plotted succession line. Tiberius, austere and aloof, gradually emerged as the likely heir, though father and stepson had an uneasy dynamic. In the realm of culture, a golden age flourished, or so the retrospective label claimed. Patronage from Augustus and his confidants, like Maecenas, supported literary talents who produced enduring works. Virgil's Aeneid wove Trojan legends into Rome's destiny, subtly legitimizing Augustan rule as fate. Livy wrote monumental histories praising Roman virtues, carefully tiptoeing around the civil wars that had cemented the Principate. Ovid's verses charmed readers with witty takes on love and mythology, until his exile for unspecified indiscretions, or perhaps for offending the imperial moral code. The tension between creative freedom and political lines became a hallmark of the era's art. Master sculptors and architects harnessed Greek influences, producing distinctive Roman designs that still grace surviving ruins. The Ara Pacis, celebrating Augustan peace, stands as a prime example. By the dawn of the 1st century CE, Augustus's principate had reigned over 2 decades of relative stability. Children grew up knowing no civil war, a remarkable shift from older generations. The memory of the Republic's freedom drifted into nostalgia for some, while others believed that a single guiding figure was the best bulwark against future chaos. Indeed, many equestrians and senators quietly recognised they were better off under predictable central rule than risking the unpredictability of competitive elections that often spiralled into assassinations or civil conflict. Yet the question of the empire's longevity remained. If Augustus died unexpectedly, would Tiberius or another figure hold the empire together? Could the Principe outlast one man's lifetime? In the twilight of his reign, Augustus orchestrated subtle transitions of authority to Tiberius, conferring powers gradually. He hoped to avoid the abrupt vacuum that had ensnared Caesar. Whether the Roman world was truly ready for a dynastic monarchy, a concept so alien to its older republican ethos, was an open question, but there was no turning back. The age of Augustus had irreversibly shaped a Roman identity now intertwined with a single ruler's guiding hand. By 14 CE, Augustus was an aging figure. His hair had greyed, his health grew frailer, yet his grip on power remained firm. He'd spent decades refining the Principate's mechanics, ensuring his direct or indirect control over the military, legal, and religious spheres. Mentally, he pondered the last acts of his storied life. If the Principate was to endure, he needed Tiberius, his designated successor, to seamlessly assume control. Some suspected Tiberius possessed neither Augustus' charisma nor compassion, but there was no other candidate left with enough legitimacy. That summer, Augustus embarked on a journey with Tiberius to southern Italy. Perhaps it was a symbolic handover, or perhaps it was simply a final inspection tour. Along the way, his health deteriorated quickly. Near Nola, the place of his father's death decades prior, he lingered in bed, occasionally conversing with Tiberius and others from his retinue. According to tradition, His last words carried a hint of the theatrical flourish, comparing life to a play and imploring them to applaud if he had performed well. On August 19th, 14 CE, Augustus passed away. He was 75, having ruled the empire effectively for over 4 decades, longer than anyone had predicted. News of his death spread swiftly. In Rome, a tide of mourning ensued. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing a trend that had begun with Caesar's deification. The city's populace, which had never experienced an adult life without him as a guiding presence, faced uncertain times. Rituals, eulogies, and processions offered the veneer of continuity. Tiberius stepped into the role of princeps, observing the formalities that Augustus had established. Among the masses, grief mingled with apprehension. No single figure had done more to shape the new era of Pax Romana. In the subsequent months, the city of Rome processed Augustus's memory in different ways. Loyal senators commissioned arches and statues. Families recounted how their grandparents had lived through civil wars until Augustus restored order. Freedmen who had worked in his administration wept or exploited the transition to jockey for new positions. Across the provinces, local elites who had thrived under Augustan patronage worried whether Tiberius would maintain the same approach. Despite the news unsettling the legions, they remained loyal to the new emperor. Some among the legions expected bonuses or reforms, leading to brief mutinies in the Rhine and Pannonia, but Tiberius and his capable nephew, Germanicus, resolved them. As time passed, historians began weaving Augustus's reign into grand narratives. Some, like Livy, had already praised him in near mythic terms. Others were more subdued, acknowledging that while Augustus ended civil strife, he had also strangled the old republican liberties. A new generation born under Pax Romana, however, only understood the Republic through ancestral stories. They took for granted that a single figure guided state policy, minted coins with their face, and overshadowed the Senate. The heritage of civil wars receded into second-hand accounts, leaving Augustus as an almost fatherly figure in the Roman psyche, the man who brought peace. The deeper subtleties of his rule, his cunning manipulations, the purges that built the Principate, the clandestine power plays, were overshadowed by the public facade of piety, tradition, and moderation. Indeed, the final version of his life story, shaped by his supporters, cultivated an image of a reluctant ruler who accepted power only for the public good. Detractors existed, but they rarely had a platform to challenge the official line. Over centuries, subsequent emperors embraced or distanced themselves from Augustan ideals. Some attempted to emulate his delicate balance, while others failed, allowing cruelty or extravagance to overshadow statesmanship. An essential Augustan legacy was the ongoing Pax Romana, a relative peace that spanned from Britain to the Euphrates. Though wars on the frontiers never vanished, Germanic raids, revolts in Judea, tensions with Parthia, the empire's core heartlands prospered. Trade routes thrived, carrying goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond, while Roman law codes extended deeper into newly integrated communities. This stability boosted population growth, urban development, and cultural exchange, fostering an environment where future historians, philosophers, and architects found the resources to flourish. In subsequent centuries, Christians, when they emerged in the empire, pointed to the stable Roman roads built under Augustan expansions as an inadvertent gateway for their missionaries to travel. Even mundane aspects, standardized coinage, consistent administrative provinces, owed much to the Augustan blueprint. Emperors like Trajan and Hadrian, centuries later, recognized that forging a stable rule required a delicate dance, not entirely different from Augustus's approach, securing the loyalty of armies, appeasing the Senate, and wooing the populace. The memory of Augustus, therefore, served as an archetype for the good emperor, never mind that the path to his power was littered with cunning and bloodshed. Ultimately, Augustus's success lay in a melding contradictory impulses. He revived old festivals, yet rewrote the political structure. He promised the Senate respect, yet controlled them with cunning. He championed moral reforms, yet exiled his daughter due to a scandal. The story of his life remains a mosaic of ambition, altruism, caution, and ruthlessness. Without him, Rome might have shattered under repeated civil wars. With him, the Republic mutated into an empire anchored by one man's authority. That delicate compromise monarchy dressed in Republican costume carried Rome forward for generations, shaping Western history in ways no one in the smoky Senate halls of yesteryear could have fully foreseen. Long after Augustus' death, the Roman world recited legends of his early days, from the moment he claimed Caesar's inheritance to the final quieting of civil strife. Poets retold how he found Rome in chaos and forged a new dawn of order. Even ordinary citizens, travelling along roads lined with his milestones, felt the echoes of an emperor who merged subtlety with power. Yet historians then and now debate whether Augustus truly believed in the facade of republican restoration or simply harnessed it to quell potential opposition. The notion of restoring the Republic was more than political spin, it was a psychological necessity. Romans had long prided themselves on hating kings since the Etruscan monarchy was expelled centuries earlier. By adopting titles like princeps, first among equals, and parading virtues such as modesty, Augustus defected the spectre of tyranny. He decorated official ceremonies with illusions of senatorial collaboration. In practice, though, every key office and province was under his watchful eye. By centralising the means to wage war, i.e. controlling legions, he rendered any senator-led rebellion almost impossible. This system had its share of paradoxes. Freed from the cycle of civil wars, the Senate could resume its dignified debates on laws, awarding triumphs or passing judgments, but only so far as it aligned with the emperor's overarching interests. Younger senators, who never experienced the chaotic republic, found comfort in the Principate's security. They advanced in a structured career path, quaestor, praetor, consul, under Augustan oversight. Freed from the anxiety of violent contests, they pivoted to administrative tasks like refining legal codes or sponsoring public games. These changes drained some vitality from senatorial life, but also eliminated the lethal rivalries that once stained Roman politics in blood. Religious transformations also underscored his reign. The imperial cult, venerating the emperor's family, took root in the provinces. Temples to Divus Julius, the deified Julius Caesar, dotted Asia Minor and Gaul, bridging local traditions with Roman identity. Augustus carefully navigated the line between piety and blasphemy. He never outright demanded worship of himself in Italy, but in distant provinces, cult centres proclaiming his divine status arose. This practice fostered unity, as local elites built shrines to Augustus to curry favour, blending indigenous gods with Roman imperial reverence. On a personal level, Augustus's household dramas had shaped his paternalistic posture toward the empire. The heartbreak with Julia, the succession fiascos, and the manipulative marriages taught him that absolute power came at the cost of familial strain. Ancient gossip lines claimed he was cold or unfeeling to those who fell out of favour. But gleaning from the letters that survive, we see glimpses of a man torn between fatherly instincts and political necessity. He exiled those he loved to maintain the moral facade he'd cultivated for the public. Real or staged, that posture anchored the moral authority behind his social reforms. Nor were the provincial expansions always peaceful. In the Spanish interior, Augustan generals waged campaigns to quell tribes that refused Roman oversight. The Alpine passes were brought under direct Roman control to secure transalpine trade routes. Fortress lines sprung up along the Danube to repel or monitor the restless Dacians. These expansions weren't often accompanied by grand triumphal processions. Augustus himself rarely took personal credit, preferring to let generals hold subdued ceremonies. He recognised that the empire needed no flamboyant displays reminiscent of earlier warlords. Instead, stable frontiers, a robust commerce network, and the Pax Romana's sense of normalcy proved enough to maintain public favour. When Tiberius finally stepped into the imperial role, most people expected continuity. The new emperor inherited not just the institutions, but also the attitudes Augustus had sown. Tiberius adhered to many Augustan precedents, though his personal style was more reclusive and severe. The senatorial class realised that Augustus's blueprint, an emperor overshadowing the facade of a free republic, would continue. No major push to resurrect a purely republican system emerged. Some die-hard republicans still existed in the shadows, but after decades of peace and the empire's continued growth, the majority accepted the Principate as the new normal. Across centuries, Augustus's memory soared to near mythic. Emperors from Nero to Constantine either invoked or reshaped Augustan tropes, On coinage, they displayed genealogical ties or spelled out slogans reminiscent of Augustan virtues. Augustus itself became more than a name. It was an honorific for all subsequent emperors, signifying the same revered status. Writers compiled accounts of his reign, both praising his modesty and hinting at cunning. The next generations faced their crises, Caligula's mania, the Jewish revolts, or the Year of the Four Emperors, yet Augustus's era stood out as a time of relative harmony, even if precariously balanced. Looking back from a vantage point centuries later, historians see Augustus as the pivot from a fractious republic to a stable, if autocratic, empire. Freed from crippling civil wars, the Mediterranean world blossomed in trade and culture. The seeds of an architectural revolution took root in Rome's new monuments, bridging Greek artistry with Roman engineering. And though the Principate eventually shifted toward more overt emperors like Caligula or Domitian, the Augustan model never vanished. The notion of a first citizen, quietly sustaining the illusions of senatorial dignity, underpinned the empire's structure until the West crumbled centuries later. Augustus's example, subtle, multifaceted, and deeply embedded in Roman tradition, remains a testament to how a single individual can reshape the trajectory of an entire civilization. Now, with millennia gone since Augustus's death, we possess a panoramic view of his life and legacy, a vantage point that reveals both the glimmering heights and the murky corners. His youthful cunning, harnessed after Caesar's assassination, established a pattern of strategic alliances and relentless ambition. That fierce drive paved his ascent from an underestimated heir to the architect of Rome's first imperial system. But behind the luminescent facade of the Pax Romana, one notices the ashes of republican liberties, countless casualties of proscriptions, and a well-managed propaganda machine smoothing over the sharp edges of absolute power. Modern scholars often debate whether he was a benevolent autocrat, or a sly manipulator who exploited war weariness to install a monarchy in all but name. The truth likely straddles a delicate boundary. Augustus's reforms, streamlining taxation, professionalizing the army, and encouraging moral and cultural revival, point to a genuine desire for a robust, enduring order. However, he did not hesitate to use lethal measures when they strengthened his position. For every temple he built, there was a political rival he sidelined or a province subjugated under Roman authority. In rhetorical terms, Augustus was no flamboyant orator, but his mastery lay in setting the narrative. He let others speak extravagantly on his behalf. Poets, loyal senators, provincial allies, and rarely contradicted the glowing accounts that cast him as Rome's saviour. Over time, this cultivated persona sank deep into Rome's collective psyche. Even the Senate, once proud and fractious, resigned to his overarching presence, content to pass decrees endorsing him as father of the fatherland. The city's plebeians, exhausted by previous turmoil, embraced the peace and spectacle, grand gladiatorial games, public feasts, and the distribution of grain. With daily life less precarious, who dared demand the intangible freedoms of an older era? Augustus's family tragedies, especially around succession, highlight the precarious nature of hereditary rule. The difference between the Principate's carefully curated facade and personal heartbreak ran stark. The exiles of Julia and Ovid, along with the disgraced heirs who died prematurely, pointed to a regime that valued moral discipline and uniformity over personal indulgence. This was the official narrative. In private, some cunning courtiers thrived, whispering half-truths to maintain favour. This dynamic would plague future emperors, from Tiberius's suspicious watchfulness to Nero's flamboyant paranoia. Archaeologically, we see Augustan footprints across the empire. The city of Rome was adorned with the Forum of Augustus, the Temple of Mars Ultor, and the Ara Pacis, each a testament not just to religious devotion, but to the synergy between art and political messaging. In provincial cities from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites mirrored Augustan styles, erecting temples to the imperial cult and adopting Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation contributed to the forging of a Roman identity that transcended narrow, tribal or local loyalties. Even in the Greek East, where Hellenic culture had once overshadowed Rome's, the Augustan age catalyzed a new synthesis, merging Greek traditions with Roman rule under the notion of a shared Pax Romana. When analysing Augustus's reign, one can't ignore the question of how it impacted future governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history revolve around the tension between the illusions of Augustan modesty and the realities of emperors who demanded worship or indulged capricious whims. The 5 good emperors, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, tried to echo Augustan virtues, focusing on stoic administration and public works. Others, like Caligula or Commodus, abandoned the pretences, exposing the empire to the rawness of untempered autocracy. Through all these fluctuations, the concept of the princeps never truly vanished, only mutated, eventually morphing into the openly acknowledged dominus by the time of Diocletian. In popular imagination, Augustus remains a figure akin to a sculptor who took the shards of a fractured republic and moulded them into something new. He didn't just pacify Rome, he re-envisioned its institutions so thoroughly that later Romans struggled to imagine returning to the old ways. Even centuries after the Western Empire fell, echoes of his centralized governance influenced medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became shorthand for a just but firm overlord. The weight of that transformation cannot be overstated. Rome grew from city-state to world empire under the shadows of the triumvirates and the many civil wars, culminating in a regime that, for better or worse, outlasted 1,000 nuances of politics. Ultimately, Augustus's greatest triumph was forging a stable system where once only warlords contended. His greatest cost was the republican spirit that withered in the process, replaced by an empire reliant on one man's judgment. Whether that trade was worthwhile depends on the lens of perspective. Those craving order and prosperity, or those lamenting lost civic freedoms. Even now, his story stands as a masterclass in political reinvention of how flexible ambition, tempered by paternal imagery, can reconstruct a government from ashes. And so ends the tale of Augustus, the understated youth turned imperator, who quietly slipped a monarchy into Rome's heart while draping it in the garments of tradition. With that cunning, he forever reshaped the course of Western civilization. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, the British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses, yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence, Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathisers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the Army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticised, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman Republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates. but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power, yet most recognised that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was ageing, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. a poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics, and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighbourhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons: Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only one weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict, with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporised so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, The people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallised into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognised how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona. Rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E equals mc squared that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, He pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E equals mc squared, it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Old pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEN's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face. The engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her, money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival. And each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasised that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalised her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records, but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements, whether intentionally or not. She prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's Media Machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance, of measured caution and determined optimism, gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognized something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognised a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, she had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, She exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realised the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business manoeuvres were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near-photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated, at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw a peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earliest shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma: Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realize that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure. Her earlier earnings had been prudently managed, though rumors circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression, rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar Barbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950, a union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook. The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realising that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many. A pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat. Roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organisations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th congressional district, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candour helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanour, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children, topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States Ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright-turned-president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes. The city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact. even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid Depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute. She delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinized the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesques short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorizing lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement. In 1158, a 7-year-old noble boy named Conrad leaves his family manor to serve as a page in the castle of Duke Otto in the Holy Roman Empire. This experience is the beginning of his path to knighthood. Wide-eyed and anxious, Conrad enters the castle's enormous hall and quickly becomes immersed in castle life. As a page, he is kept busy from dawn until dusk. He must learn to sing hymns, serve at table with proper etiquette, and even assist in the castle's hunts and falconry sessions. Under the tutelage of the Master-at-Arms, Conrad and the other pages practice swordplay with wooden weapons and learn to ride ponies. The castle chaplain also guides their spiritual upbringing, so Conrad grows in piety alongside prowess. Nothing is wasted, even playtime in the courtyard, mock battles on stick horses and playful jousts with broomsticks, is training in disguise, building the boy's strength and coordination. Conrad idolises the knights he serves. One friendly knight, Sir Reinhard, sometimes shares tales from the hearths of legendary warriors and battles, fueling Conrad's dreams of valour. Through hard work and keen observation, Conrad grows in both body and character. By age 14, he graduates to the rank of squire. He is now assigned as Sir Reinhard's personal attendant and protégé. His duties intensify. Conrad rises at dawn to help Sir Reinhard don his mail armour and spurs, tends to the knight's horse, and accompanies him everywhere. Being a squire resembles an apprenticeship. Conrad learns by doing, cleaning armour, sharpening swords, and practising jousts with real lances under Sir Reinhard's guidance. In the afternoons he practices falconry, or joins Sir Reinhard in weapons training, aiming his lance at the quintain, a spinning target, to hone his accuracy on horseback. Mistakes earn stern correction, but also patient instruction. In quiet moments, Sir Reinhard stresses the code of chivalry. A knight must be brave, but also just and merciful. Conrad takes these lessons to heart, determined to one day embody those ideals. His first taste of real conflict comes at 16. While escorting a supply convoy through a forest, Sir Reinhard's party is ambushed by bandits. Conrad's heart pounds as he sticks close to his mentor. Amid the chaos, he uses his training reflexively. At one point, he even knocks a bandit off a horse with a well-timed lance thrust. Sir Reinhard proudly claps Conrad's shoulder after driving the bandits off. The young squire has demonstrated his bravery in the face of danger. This brief skirmish shows Conrad the stark reality of combat. Terrifying and brutal, yet his duty is to face it with courage. By age 21, Conrad has spent years in service, learning the arts of knighthood and the responsibilities that come with it. He has tended to Sir Reinhard in tournaments and on minor campaigns, steadily growing in skill and maturity. Now he stands on the brink of achieving his lifelong dream. All the years of training, mastering horsemanship, honing his sword arm and learning courtesy and strategy have shaped Conrad into a worthy candidate for knighthood. As he helps Sir Reinhard prepare for a winter feast where several squires will be honoured, Conrad cannot help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves. The dawn of his knighthood approaches, and with it the life of honour and adventure that he has envisioned it, since that day he first arrived at Duke Otto's castle as a wide-eyed boy. The winter of 11 to 75 brings Conrad to a grand celebration at Duke Otto's castle. At 21, after years of training, he is to be knighted. The magnificent hall is decked with evergreen boughs and lit with hundreds of candles in honour of Christmas and the knighting ceremony. Dressed in a simple white tunic, symbolising purity, Conrad stands alongside other squires awaiting the rite. He feels his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. Sir Reinhard squeezes his shoulder in support, recalling his knighthood and assuring Conrad that he is ready. On the eve of the ceremony, Conrad undergoes the traditional vigil of arms. He bathes and dons a clean white robe and a red cloak, for the blood of martyrs and courage of a knight. All night he kneels in the castle chapel, his sword and armour placed on the altar before him. By flickering candlelight he prays, reflecting on the solemn vows he will take at dawn. Despite aching knees and little sleep, Conrad remains focused. This vigil is a spiritual purification, a time to seek God's blessing and contemplate the chivalric code he must uphold. He promises himself to be a just, loyal, and pious knight, devoted to protecting the weak and serving the church. At first light, Mass is celebrated. The squires confess their sins and hear a final blessing. Then comes the oath-swearing. One by one, each squire stands before the gathered nobles in the chapel. When Conrad's turn arrives, he declares his knightly vows in a clear voice. He will speak truth, uphold the faith, obey his lord, defend the helpless, and be honourable in all their things. Each promise rings out in the cold morning air, sealing Conrad's commitment to the ideals of knighthood. Even before the sword touches his shoulders, he feels the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. That evening, a formal knighting ceremony, the accolade, takes place in the great hall. Duke Otto, resplendent in fur-trimmed robes, calls Conrad forward. Conrad kneels on the rush-strewn floor before his lord. In the hushed hall, the Duke gently taps Conrad's shoulders with the flat of a sword and proclaims in French, "Soyez chevalier," meaning, "Be a knight." Conrad bows his head, overcome with emotion as those words transform him from squire to Sir Conrad. Applause breaks out among the assembled lords and ladies. Sir Conrad rises, heart swelling with pride and humility. All his years of hard work have led to this moment. He is now a knight of the realm. Following the accolade, Conrad is bedecked in the symbols of knighthood. Sir Reinhard fastens gilded spurs to his boots, the sign that Conrad is now a knight of the spur. Another attendant buckles on a sword belt holding a finely crafted sword. Conrad dons his family's coat of arms over his mail, and a herald announces his new title, Sir Conrad of Dornburg. Cheers echo in the hall. Conrad's father, who travelled here for the occasion, wipes proud tears from his eyes. Duke Otto then presents Conrad with the final symbol of knighthood, a heavy sword belted at his side. Fully clad in mail and armed, Sir Conrad mounts a waiting charger in the courtyard for the pas d'armes, a ritual display of martial skill. It is customary that after being dubbed, the new knights demonstrate their prowess in jousts or mock combat. Conrad guides the horse, feeling the strange yet empowering weight of his armour. He salutes the crowd lining the yard. Together with the other fresh knights, he participates in a friendly joust. His lance shatters against another knight's shield in a thunderous hit, and although unhorsed in a later round, he remounts amid applause. The exercises prove to all that these young men have the skill and courage befitting their new station. Conrad's face flushes with joy beneath his visor as he realises his achievement is not training or pretend, it is real knighthood. His knighthood, won by merit and blessed by God and Lord. That night, the castle is alight with the celebration. At the banquet in the hall, Sir Conrad sits in a place of honour at Sir Reinhard's side. No longer does he serve. Instead, pages pour wine for him and the other knights. He toasts his mentors and shares in the camaraderie of the chivalric brotherhood. Gifts are bestowed, the Duke grants Conrad a fine destrier war horse from his stables and a new sword of Toledo steel. Minstrels compose a few witty rhymes in honour of the newly dubbed knights, eliciting laughter. Amidst the revelry, Conrad remains humble and grateful. He recalls the sacred vows from that morning and steels himself to live by them. When the Duke's steward offers him a purse of coins as the traditional knightly gift, Conrad quietly resolves to use some of it in alms for the poor, his first act of charity as a knight. Late at night, Conrad reflects on the transformation of this day as he doffs his armour and prepares to rest in a guest chamber, feeling strange without his usual place by Sir Reinhard's door. He entered the morning as a squire and now retires as a knight, with all the privileges and responsibilities that entails. With knighthood come privileges, the right to wear armour and bear arms publicly, to hold land in fief, and to sit at the high table with lords. However, there are also duties, leading men in battle if called, dispensing justice on one's land and serving loyally. The weight of his sword on the bedside rack is a reminder of both. So Conrad sleeps deeply that night, the vigil and excitement having exhausted him, unaware of just how soon his knightly ideals will be tested in the harsh reality of medieval warfare and politics. By 1177, Sir Conrad is serving at the imperial court of Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Here, amidst glittering banquets and tournaments, he experiences the pinnacle of courtly chivalry. Minstrels sing of brave knights and pure ladies, and Conrad strives to exemplify those ideals. He is unfailingly courteous, rising when noble women enter, speaking only with respectful words, and behaving as the perfect knight in every social setting. The older courtiers sometimes chuckle that Sir Conrad still sees the world through rose-coloured lenses of chivalry, but they admire his earnestness. At a grand tournament held in Würzburg, Conrad has a chance to prove his valour. Clad in shining armour, he rides into the lists under Duke Otto's banner. In one joust, he unhorses a seasoned opponent with a well-placed lance strike, earning cheers from the crowd. Later, he restrains himself in the melee, the mock battle, showing mercy by not striking a fallen opponent. His skill and honour win him recognition. The presiding duchess awards him a silk favour, tying a ribbon on his arm as a token of esteem. Flushed with pride, Conrad feels he is living the very romances he heard as a boy. Yet beneath the pageantry, Conrad begins to notice troubling cracks in knightly behaviour. In whispered corners of the hall, he overhears petty jealousies, knights arguing over who deserves more credit for a minor skirmish or who should sit closer to the emperor. One night, he witnesses two renowned knights nearly draw swords at a banquet over an insult, only stopping when the emperor himself intervenes. This bickering disappoints Conrad. Were they not all sworn to brotherhood and honour? Worse, Conrad learns of outright violations of the chivalric code. A lady-in-waiting confides that a famous knight, who publicly boasts of defending the innocent, once forced himself on a peasant girl during a past campaign. Conrad is horrified. He realises that not all knights live up to the high ideals they proclaim. Chivalry, he sees, is often more praised than practised. This realisation hits hardest on a journey through the countryside. Riding between imperial castles, Conrad's party passes through a village recently raided by robber knights. The houses are charred and the villagers, mostly peasants, are destitute and terrified. Conrad is moved to compassion and urges immediate help, but one of his fellow knights merely scoffs, "This is none of our concern," and suggests the peasants likely provoked the attack by withholding taxes. Another knight tosses a few coins and rides on, indifferent. Conrad cannot fathom such callousness. He lingers to distribute food from his pack and promises the villagers he will report this outrage. Catching up, he challenges the other knights. How can they ignore their duty to protect the defenceless? They shrug off his idealism, saying a knight's first loyalty is to his prophet and lord. Conrad rides on in angry silence, his faith in the brotherhood of knights deeply shaken. Back at court, Conrad confides his worries to his mentor, Sir Reinhard. The older knight, now retired from battle, smiles sadly and says, "The world is flawed, lad. Be the knight that others fail to be. Hold yourself to the code, even if others fall short." Taking this advice to heart, Conrad intensifies his virtue. He gains a quiet reputation as a true and gentle knight. When other knights mock a servant or a jester, Conrad intervenes to stop the bullying. When a dispute arises over a contested inheritance, he speaks up for a fair compromise rather than siding blindly with a powerful lord. Some at court respect him for his actions, while others mock his scruples, but Conrad is unaffected by popularity. He is determined to practice what other peers only preach. During this time, Conrad also experiences the tenderness of courtly love. He becomes enamoured of Lady Adelinde, a kind and gracious noblewoman. Their affection is never openly declared. She is promised to another, but through exchanged glances and secret smiles, Conrad finds inspiration in her presence. He carries her silk favour on his arm during jousts and imagines himself her champion. Though their love remains chaste and unfulfilled, it deepens Conrad's resolve to uphold the knightly virtues that Lady Adelinde admires in him. The drums of war inevitably replace the songs and dances of court. By the late 1170s, Emperor Barbarossa calls his vassals to march into Italy, aiming to subdue rebellious city-states. So Conrad must leave the comfort of court and test his principles on the battlefield. On the eve of departure, Lady Adeline quietly ties a small embroidered token to his arm for luck. Conrad bows and promises to return with honour. As he rides south with the imperial host, he braces himself for real siege and battle, a place where many knights' ideals crumble. Conrad prays that he can carry the light of chivalry with him into the coming storm, not knowing how severely those ideals will be tried in the crucible of war. The year 1178 finds Sir Conrad engulfed in the brutal reality of warfare. Emperor Barbarossa's campaign in northern Italy drags on, and Conrad experiences siege warfare firsthand. The imperial army lays siege to a rebellious Lombard city, one of the many fortified towns defying the emperor. Conrad stands for hours in mud and blood before the city walls, ducking arrows and dodging stones hurled by the siege engines. He has exchanged the silken songs of court for the iron and screams of the battlefield. Nothing in his training fully prepared him for the brutality of a protracted siege. The defenders, desperate and fierce, rain down bolts and boiling water. Conrad witnesses comrades struck down beside him. One knight falls with a crossbow bolt through his eye, and another is crushed by a hurled boulder. Each day brings new horrors. Under orders, Conrad takes his turn in the assault rotations. In one attack, he climbs a ladder amid a storm of arrows and briefly breaches the battlements, sword in hand. Face to face with an enemy militiaman, Conrad parries a blow and with reflex born of years of training drives his sword into the man's side. The militiaman crumples, so Conrad has killed his first foe in single combat. There is no glory in it, only a numb shock as the dying man's blood spills on his mail. Conrad remembers his vows of mercy, but in the frenzy of battle there is little chance to spare opponents who fight to the death. He fights on to survive and protect his fellow knights, all while praying quietly for the souls lost on both sides. After months of siege, the starving city finally surrenders, but instead of chivalrous clemency, a grim spectacle unfolds. Despite promises of mercy, the victorious imperial troops loot and raze the city in a frenzy of vengeance. Conrad watches in dismay as discipline breaks down. Soldiers rampage through the streets, looting, tormenting and burning everything in their path. Civilians, the very people Conrad swore to defend, are not spared. Conrad does what little he can. He strikes down a marauder who is about to hurt a trembling old man, and he shields a terrified young woman who is ushering someone into a church. But Sir Conrad alone cannot halt the tide of cruelty. The sights pierce his soul. Families slain in doorways, homes in flames, and wounded individuals desperately seeking water. The scene is not the noble combat of knightly romances. It's a vision no one should see. Conrad treads over the corpses of both soldiers and townsfolk, the city a smoking ruin. He witnesses some imperial knights executing captive townspeople under the pretext of teaching a lesson. Conrad feels more kinship with the frightened survivors than with these rampaging victors. That night, Conrad tends to the wounded, enemy and friend alike, in a makeshift camp hospital. He offers water to a dying Italian footman who clasps Conrad's hand weakly and whispers a graze before passing away. Conrad ensures the man receives last rites, treating him as a fellow human soul rather than a foe. Such acts of compassion stand in stark contrast to the savagery he witnessed. By the end of this campaign, Sir Conrad has undergone a transformation. His once polished armour is dented and scarred. He himself bears a deep cut on his thigh and a burn scar on his forearm, lasting reminders of these brutal campaigns. More profoundly, a sober understanding of the true nature of war has tempered the idealism of his youth. Even so, Conrad's core values persist. He did not descend into wanton cruelty. He maintained honour where he could, sparing those who yielded and aiding the helpless amid chaos. Among the knights in Barbarossa's host, he becomes known, sometimes mockingly, sometimes admirably, as the one who will treat a wounded enemy or protect a peasant child. In an age of terror, Sir Conrad manages to keep a spark of chivalry alive. When Barbarossa finally makes peace with the Lombard League, Conrad is relieved. He survives the Italian wars, but at enormous cost to his spirit. Returning to camp after the final siege, Conrad kneels in private prayer. He asks God to forgive the atrocities committed and to guide him moving forward. He realizes that being a true knight in wartime is far more difficult than he ever imagined. It means doing what is right even when surrounded by darkness. And though he is scarred and weary, Conrad silently vows that he will not let the brutality of war extinguish the values that define his knighthood. The Third Crusade soon gives Sir Conrad a chance to seek spiritual redemption for the blood he has shed. In 1188, news spreads that Jerusalem has fallen to Saladin. Calls for crusade echo through Christendom. Despite his exhaustion from decades of fighting, Conrad takes the cross, swearing to journey to the Holy Land to liberate the sacred sites. It is both a duty and a deeply personal pilgrimage. Like many knights, Conrad hopes this holy endeavour will atone for past sins. The Pope promises remission of sins for those who crusade, and Conrad, haunted by the siege of the Lombard city, craves forgiveness and inner peace. He joins Emperor Frederick Barbarossa's mighty army of crusaders trekking overland toward Jerusalem. The journey is arduous, but also spiritually uplifting. The crusaders endure hunger, harsh desert heat, and skirmishes with hostile forces, which creates a challenging environment. Through it all, Conrad acts as a model of knightly piety. He leads evening prayers in camp, shares his water with those thirstier than he, and keeps the Crusade's holy purpose in his heart. Tragedy strikes in June 1190 when Emperor Barbarossa himself drowns while crossing a river in Cilicia. The shock of losing their legendary leader sends ripples of despair through the army. Conrad mourns the emperor deeply. This was the same Frederick who had knighted him and led him through so many battles. Many disheartened crusaders turn back after Barbarossa's death, but Conrad resolves to continue on to the Holy Land. He has sworn a sacred vow and will not abandon it. Taking up the banner of his fallen emperor, he presses on with the remaining German knights until they finally reach the walls of Acre. On the coast of Palestine in mid-1191, in the siege of Acre, Conrad faces battle again, but this time in a distinctly religious context. The atmosphere among the Crusaders is penitential. They fight not for conquest, but, in their view, for God's justice. Conrad, now one of the older knights, distinguishes himself by both courage and compassion. During assaults on Acre's walls, he protects unarmed camp followers from enemy arrows and lifts a wounded fellow crusader onto his horse to carry him out of danger. He also shows mercy to defeated foes. After Acre capitulates, he prevents some vengeful crusaders from massacring captive Muslim soldiers, arguing that killing prisoners would dishonour their Christian cause. Some knights sneer at Conrad's leniency, but others, including a devout Hospitaller brother, praise his consistency with the chivalric and Christian ideal of mercy. With Acre taken in 1191, the crusade largely succeeds in re-establishing Christian control of coastal strongholds. Conrad finally has the opportunity to fulfill his pilgrim's vow to visit the holy city of Jerusalem, which, through diplomacy, is open to Christian pilgrims even though it remains under Muslim control. Dressed in humble pilgrim robes rather than armour, Sir Conrad travels to Jerusalem alongside other knights-turned-pilgrims. Entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he falls to his knees before the tomb of Christ. All the violence and hardship of his life seem to melt away in that sacred space. Tears stream down his face as he prays for forgiveness for any innocent blood he spilled, and for all the comrades and even enemies who lost their lives. He feels a profound sense of peace wash over him. The burden of guilt that he has carried lightens. Conrad reverently touches what is believed to be the nativity site in Bethlehem. Each holy place he visits is like balm on his warrior's soul, assuring him that God's grace is still attainable. Throughout his time in the Holy Land, Conrad also interacts with the church's clergy and military orders. He befriends a Franciscan friar who serves as a chaplain for the Crusaders, confessing to him the nightmares that still haunt his knights. The friar, in turn, gives Conrad absolution and counsel. Violence leaves scars on the soul, Sir Knight, but acts of love and penance will heal them. Conrad reflects deeply on these words. He spends part of his Crusader days helping at a field hospital run by the Knights Hospitaller, tending sick pilgrims. Although this humble service of washing wounds and distributing bread is far from the glory of battle, Conrad finds it deeply fulfilling. In caring for others, he reconnects with the core Christian virtues of charity and humility that are sometimes lost in a knight's life. By 1192, Sir Conrad begins his journey home to Germany, spiritually renewed. He returns with a few keepsakes from the Holy Land and, more importantly, with a heart that feels cleansed. Through the trials of crusade and pilgrimage, he believes God has granted him forgiveness and a chance to live anew. The aging knight rides back to his homeland not in triumph, but in quiet contemplation, determined to spend his remaining years living out the lessons of mercy and devotion he learned on this holy journey. Returning home to Germany in the 1190s, Sir Conrad finds a realm in political turmoil. Emperor Barbarossa's death has been followed by disputes over the crown. Rival factions of nobles support different claimants. One side backs Barbarossa's son, the Hohenstaufen heir, and another backs a Welf prince. The once united empire fractures into camps. As a knight who has served the empire faithfully for decades, Conrad is dismayed to see former comrades prepared to fight each other for power. Conrad's loyalty is tested when his lord pressures him to support a rival claimant. Conrad refuses. He will not betray the oath he swore to what he sees as the rightful king. His principled stand nearly costs him his lands and makes him powerful enemies, but Conrad holds fast while many other knights compromise their honour. The conflict that ensues, a brief civil war, plunges the land into chaos. Without a strong central authority, robber barons spring up across Germany, taking advantage of the disorder. Bands of rogue knights fortify castles and extort travellers and peasants. People say that Germany descends into a state of near anarchy, where robber barons operate without opposition. Sir Conrad, now in his 50s, can do little to influence imperial politics, but he becomes a pillar of stability in his district. When local knights feud or prey on merchant caravans, Conrad intervenes as a mediator. His reputation for honesty is well established by this point. Both commoners and nobles trust his counsel. On more than one occasion, Conrad rides out to confront a marauding Raubritter, robber knight, who has been terrorising villages. On one occasion, a rash young robber knight challenges him, only to be swiftly disarmed and shamed into repentance by the veteran. Word of Sir Conrad's fearless stand against lawlessness spreads. To peasants, he becomes something of a folk hero, the ageing knight who still protects them when others exploit them. Despite the chaos, Conrad never loses sight of the chivalric code. He advises the local abbey and town council on how to fortify against brigands without themselves committing excess. He hosts peace talks between quarrelling minor lords, invoking the old ideals of knighthood to shame them for shedding the blood of fellow Christians, while heathens nearly conquered the Holy Land not long ago. Some heed his words, others do not. Nevertheless, Conrad's presence is a stabilising force. Sir Conrad's conduct shines all the more brightly in an era where many knights tarnish their name with greed or cruelty. Civil strife subsides by 12 o'clock, marking the recognition of a new emperor, the young Frederick II. Tired of war and intrigue, Sir Conrad finally retires from royal service. He formally resigns his command, turning over his duties to younger knights. Many of those younger men grew up idolising Conrad's deeds. He spends time teaching them that true knighthood is not about ambition or ruthlessness, but about loyalty, justice, and restraint. Now in his early 60s, an old man by medieval standards, Conrad feels the weight of years. His joints ache from old wounds and long rides. He walks with a slight limp, a Crusader Turk's arrow wound that never fully healed. Yet his mind remains sharp and his spirit resolute. In these twilight years, Conrad focuses on his legacy. He strengthens the management of his estate to ensure his peasants are protected and prosperous. He quietly finances the rebuilding of a village church that was burned by raiders during the dark times, considering it an act of thanksgiving for his survival. With imperial peace restored, Conrad can at last lay down his sword. He spends his days quietly overseeing his lands, defending the weak in his jurisdiction, and advising his neighbours in matters of justice. The younger knights in the region often seek his counsel, and many salute him respectfully whenever he appears, a living legend of Intergriechen in their midst. Looking back, Sir Conrad realises that his life's true battles were often not determined by swords, but by the moral decisions he made. He has outlived most of his contemporaries and witnessed the worst and best of knighthood. Though the Holy Roman Empire will always have its strife, Conrad's steadfast example has influenced a generation in his corner of the world. And as he settles into a well-deserved retirement, he does so with his honour intact and his conscience clear. having navigated the shifting tides of politics and war without compromising the knightly virtues that define his very being. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. "Remember," he rasps softly, "a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise." Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. "Remember," he rasps softly, "a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise." Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man, a pioneer in elocution and speech correction. The elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brothers' deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward, his second brother, died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted, yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence, where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Belle's business partner Namer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Belle initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Belle's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke, moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Belle would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Belle's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Belle's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Belle approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Belle's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Belle succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Belle and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Belle recognised the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Belle was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10, 1876, Belle uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Belle had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Belle's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Belle came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Belle filed his telephone patent on February 14, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Belle's life and mental energy. Despite Belle's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Belle first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlor trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularized the term telephone in his reporting, Belle preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Belle disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes and Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness, she managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin, and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD-4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission, creating customized acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognized discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continued to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudoscientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods. Writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organisations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognised as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognising its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bain Brigg in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Ben Vria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bain Brigg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's Bay and Bray schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bay and Break Lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bay and Bray provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bay and Bray to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bay and Bray on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Bay and Bray is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realise that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could. but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople, mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains.